Hello. Now for the 25 minutes of faffing. Hi, good evening. I hope you're well. But yes, there's probably going to be some faffing. Things I want to do. But I've taken some lessons from last time. I've changed the setup in front of me, which you can't see, but it's more compact and does tell me what's going on in the streaming PC next door, because leaving myself on Be Right Back for a while is a thing. We're just going to try this. Hello, Waffly123. My day so far has been pretty good. How has yours been? Let's just do that. I want to see if we get some colours. We don't. We do, but they are not affecting these lights, and I'm wondering why. Maybe this will work. That does work. So it's calling the wrong. Well, it's not calling the wrong one. It's calling the right one, but that command doesn't do the thing. Anyway, you can mess with my lights. Yeah, I'm glad your day was good. You can mess with my lights here. They're a bit less complex than the ones over in my study, office, gaming room, whatever. But yeah, they're nice. Could have done my lips a bit better. Right, so we need some music, we need some Lego, and we will start building things. So if anyone's new, hasn't seen this before, hope I've got these the right way around. Yeah. Good, because they fit in just fine. And we need this browser because it has the login stored. I need to fix that. But for now, for convenience, we will do it this way. Discover our search. Hello, Kerrison. How are you? I hope you're well. Now we need to find the page of the book we're on. And update the stream. So we're on here, but we will shortly shift to the other one. In fact, let's do that now, shall we? There we go. So we have the table view, the side view, and that should be me pointing towards the camera, except it's not. It's that way, but you can't see that. Right. And there we have a manual, which I was going to do a little command for that would automatically update and tell you where to find the manual, but I'll just have to do it manually. Can't be very. There we go. There we are. That's now pinned, so you can follow along in greater clarity there. And I just need to find this source. Click the interact button. Put that over there. And we need a side-by-side view, don't we? That's very small. I can make that easier on myself. There we go. We're going to be somewhere around here. Yeah, those are the struts we just built. Windows. We put another window in. Oh, I think we're about here, actually. So hopefully I bookmark the page. Here. And yeah, we're building another window. So we're building onto this here. What we're going to do, I think, is make this a scoosh smaller. About yay should do. A bit over here so I can find it again, and then I'm going to increase. So I'm probably going to end up with another monitor. There we go. So not been keeping up with chats. Nothing new. Or maybe there is. Right. So this is bag 11, I think. It's probably easier to go ahead and find the next bag than it is. The title says 11. Yeah, we're on bag 11. That's mostly been building up. Sort of this area here and a roof piece here. Some more windows, and I think we finished off with this window here. I was getting very tired. No, I wasn't getting very tired. I was getting very anxious about missing my bus to go into town. So I was going out that night. Well, I'm also going out tomorrow night, which is very nice. Probably see some of the same people. So I believe we've done that page, and we are currently, we're bang on the right page here. So for that we need one of these. So again, if you're new, what's going on here? We're building the Lego Haunted House 10273, which is a retired set. It's got 3,231 pieces. It comes in 18 bags. The manual has 309 pages in total, but of those it has 299 of instructions, but some of those are instructions for pieces we don't have. Not because the set is incomplete, but because those pieces are extras, which are incredibly expensive to buy on their own. Not saying I won't do it. I may come to the point where I go, actually, I would rather get the motors. So we'll go and I'll go and get those, whatever they cost, at the best price I can. And if we have to pause building, I've got an alternative Lego project we can work on in the meantime. So we need one of these. So I try and talk you through what's going on. We need two of these, which are hard to identify the colour in this light, but they are brown. So we found one. There's the other one. And two of these blocks. Hopefully you enjoy swooshy Lego sound. I do. Let me know if the audio's okay. I didn't test it before stream. Things should be far enough away from the noisy fan things to make it pretty comfortable. So we're just going to put these together. But we have to pause every couple of seconds to do the finger waving for the music. So 4 more of these. So we get dressed up. We have a little bit of spooky music. Some of which I kind of chair dance to a bit. Now we need 4 of these single blocks. And 2 of these grey blocks. Like these. We built one of these before. I love that song, but I do feel it distracts me from the actual purpose of being here a bit. We're very lucky we get Spectacular Man and Spectacular Man's song at the same time. He loves it. Before anyone asks, I haven't hurt my finger on the smoker, and that is nicotine staining. Don't smoke, kids. It fucks up your fingers. Amongst other things. So we need 3 of all of these. So 1, 2. There's a big old window in here as well. So 1, 2. I've got 2 of those. 3. So this is a second-hand set. This was built by somebody and then taken apart and very carefully taken apart in reverse, and all the bags placed in, all the pieces placed into bags. 3. I've got all the pieces. I wasn't counting right. Into numbered bags, basically just standard supermarket food freezer bags, and then which were labelled correctly. Yeah, well, I've been saying don't smoke to people for getting on for 15 years. I've just failed to actually stop myself. There is a quote system if you want. You can do. I think it's. You could try ! Add quote. That might work for you. I forget. I meant to write a little help system for it because no one likes the included mix it up quote system, and nobody trusts Streamlabs. There we go. Try that. I think I continued to use the skeleton of the old system, but added TTS and things to it. So you do add quote space and then yeah quote, and it should work. I don't think it's limited to particular types of users. That rather seems to. Well, I don't know. Maybe it should be subs and VIPs just for safety's sake, so that no one's storing horrible stuff, TOS violating stuff, that sort of thing. People you at least vaguely trust. Now, are we doing? Yeah, it's long at the bottom. Yep. Now you can see it's not been in use because I did it for someone who's not been able to be around almost immediately after I did it. Their life got very busy, and it basically never got used. So you can... Does that work? I think I didn't do the random quote. But if we were to do... I don't think it's got a search either. Nope. That doesn't work. I don't know. It's stored anyway. When I get it to actually read stuff back. Have I been an idiot? I think I've been an idiot. I've put this on the wrong bloody... Yeah, I have. Thankfully, we can just pull all these bits up and put it on the right piece. Just to check, is that brown? I think it might be brown. Is probably why I'm confused. Yeah, that looks much more like it. This is where we find out it was actually black, and there's another black piece, and I'll have to take that apart again. But they appear to be the same colour. So yeah, so that's as specified. I'll tell you, trying to do things here with it's perilous because it's balanced on this stand. It is not secured to this stand in any meaningful way. But people can store quotes for certain. Playing them back, I think I probably turned them off because the playback system wasn't working very well, because I tried to overcomplicate it. I put TTS in and things, and I shouldn't have. I should have just left it playing back the quotes. But the quote search, I know I wanted quote search, and I'm not sure if that's a thing that actually works. Eurosie's one is really good, but I'm not sure if Eurosie uses mix it up or not. I should drop them a text about that. Yeah, it has a search function. It will search for the word that you put in. It's not perfect by any means, but it is. I'm choosing to do this not as in the instructions because I'm a rebel. So yeah, happy Friday, everyone. It's good to get some more Lego in. I am still a bit concerned we'll get to the end of the month and well, we won't get to the end of the month before I've built this. So we've built our piece here. It's a nice big window. It fits there. We'll just turn that so you can see what's going on. It fits quite neatly onto the... I say quite, it's fighting me a little bit there, but we're pretty good. And yeah, it is meant to be slightly mismatched in height there, although these marry up, but these blocks are there for a reason. I'm sure we're going to find out what that reason is. Now, I'm genuinely kind of finicky about positioning of stuff. So, you know, I want you to be able to see what's going on. I want me to be able to see what's going on. Those priorities are about matched. So I try and keep the working area visible to both cameras. So we need eight of these single stud blocks, grey, and 10 dots. 10 incredibly easy to lose dots. These ping off the table. They could go anywhere, including into my cat's stomach. Or stomachs. They have one each. So we'll do the dots first and make sure they're all collected together nicely. So that's 5 and 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. Very nice. Okay, so, and then 1, 2, 3, That gives us 5, 6, 7, and we're hunting for one more, and it's right there, 8. So these are dead simple. It's just dot, block, finishing up with a block. So four one stud blocks and 5 one stud dots. Except they're not dots. Lego has a piece called a dot, which is exactly like this, except that this is flat and filled out, so you can't put more on top of it. And we know all about those because we were, before things got distracted me, we're building a Lego representation of the wave off something or other. It's a very famous Japanese painting of a massive wave with a boat with some people in it. And it is about, I'd say about 60% done, because it was not the most fun to build because you are just placing dots after dot after dot on a board. So it's basically, as I think Fader Tech put it, Lego pointillism. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I suspect it's not as engaging as building, well, I know it's not as engaging as building an Ecto 1 or a haunted house or even some flowers, all of which I've done and enjoyed immensely. Or even, actually, we might have the random little fire station still to do. That's a present from about 2 years ago. From my daughter and her mum. It was lovely. Where do you think these go? We need to update the page. So we've been building this, well, fairly obviously, I think. It goes here. So just on the top in the corner. I'll push that forward in a minute so you can see the finished product. And one on the top in the corner there, filling in the gaps. And there we go. May need to fiddle with the cameras a little bit. Actually, I did not run Capture. So Logitech Capture, unlike a lot of cameras, where if you change their settings in the default camera interface, they save their settings to their internal memory. Logitech Capture seems to save them to software, or rather it writes them to one-time RAM rather than a ROM. So you'll notice it's changed a little bit there, and that's mostly it's changed so that it's actually preserved the settings I had them on last. So there we go. That was nice and simple. Next bit. Since we've got the manual up here, I feel less like actually having the book sort of taking up space here, which has always been a bit of a challenge. Book plus getting larger piece of Lego means we kind of run out of space. Other people have a separate camera pointed at the book and have the book over there, but we've got the manual here. I mean, I could put it in front of one of the cameras, I guess. Could even get another camera, because if you're just doing cameras, not capturing or running games and other graphical generations, they're not too expensive on CPU. But each of these cameras, so this one here, I'm pointing at, this one here, pointing at, and this one here, are all running at 1080p at 60 FPS. So it's capturing 3 1080p feeds. We only need one of those. So we take these, we update the manual again. Racing through this, which is actually pretty taxing for a PC to do. And then rendering them. So now we need 6 and 4. So 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 4, 6, and 4 white ones. So we're going to have a striking white and black construction. I'm going to be interested what this becomes. Although there is a bit of a hint. Oh, I think I know what it's going to become. Because now we get this big old window, which I've been eyeing up. Sometimes you just look at a piece in a box and go, I'm looking forward to that one. If there's one complaint, I might have to do a bit of polishing on the windows. A lot of these greases. Yeah, that's a brilliant idea. Just like have a really low, not particularly expensive in terms of frames camera, and then I could just have it in that gap there next to me. That's not a terrible idea, but I'd have to make sure the book stays exactly where it is. I'd have to get another stand. I mean, none of this is impossible. It sounds like I'm doing it down. I'm not. I'm just thinking out loud what that would involve. Oh, I'm missing something I'd like to watch, but we are committed now. So that how it's going to be. No, that's a tremendous idea, and I may yet do it. So we need one long one and this long big one. So if we just tilt that up slightly. I wonder if I can deflect this slightly so it's not, or we probably just need to turn it down a bit so it's not quite so glaring. There we go. For these shiny pieces there, so we tilt this up a little. We can even lift it up a bit. And which way round does it go? It goes with the flat piece underneath, so that's all locked together like so. But yeah, I mean, I have the equipment actually. I've got a separate stand right there, the one that I replaced for this, and I've got a little tripod thing that I could wrap around it, and I've got a shitty little camera upstairs which doesn't require yet another USB-C port, so that would be quite good. So we've built this. And where is it going? Well, glad you are. It's going there. So for this, we have to turn this round and open it up. And that is the really cool thing about this model, is it's completely designed to swing open. Like so. Let's move you a bit over here. And yeah, this is catching on things as I knew it would. Maybe we can, now that we've got the camera settings better, we can add a bit of extra light to that. So that's quite warm. You can get a much cooler image like this. 3 modes. Very, very cheap ring light from Home Bargains in the UK, which is a shop that sells cheap tap that you might get on Amazon for slightly more than you would normally pay on Amazon. So an Amazon will be quite good. This gentleman here does not belong here. You'll notice he's not in the diagram. So just look at this. The window goes with the pane facing outwards. It's just checking in case that was important. That's quite something, isn't it? This whole frontage here. I'm just seeing if I can find a section of the ring light that's pretty close. Very swish looking, isn't it? Could do with a bit of a polish. Right. So, can we get a concept of where we're going and what we will need next? So we're continuing to build on the top. This is where it's going to get a little bit tricky. So we're building up around here. And in fact, have we missed something? No. That we're building up from there. So this is going to be quite exciting. Hang on, there is a section missing. Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, we missed something. Yeah, I missed an entire page. I missed an entire 2 pages. So we need to go back to here. So this page and this page. Interesting. I'm not normally so careless, but let's get that done. It's no harm, no foul. Right. So we don't need this just yet. So we'll put it away again. So that there. And we need 2 of these. And 2 of these. But we're nearing about end of bag 11. And we will take a break at the end of bag 11 before we go on to bag 12. Because that feels like the right thing to do. In honesty, we should. So we are building the diagram in 262. So it's 2 of those, a 1 block here, then a 1 of these, and then another 2. And another 1 of these. And then we lock it all in with this piece here. So that locks all of that together nicely. Hopefully straightening it all out. Ooh. Yeah, that was fighting me a bit. But there we go. Pretty strong. And again, same block, 1 of those, one block, and 2 interesting little grabby things. They're brown. So much of this is brown, but it doesn't look brown. So little grabby. These aren't Technics pieces, but they're kind of adjacent, I think. They were fairly non-standard when I was doing Lego. So these inverted block Legos, they were new. They kind of came in with the. So everything in my head that wasn't standard Lego was like Technics, but it wasn't. We had they had their product lines, but they were generally unlicensed. Like they were emulating something, but they weren't out and out ripping them off. So there was something approximating Star Wars, or actually, I think it was. Can anyone remember what it was called? Starcom, with the maglock. So it basically the toys. It was a cartoon selling toys like Thundercats and so on. But the we're not following the instructions. So we put those on. We put a second block there, and I think it was called Starcom. And its gimmick was that the ships had magnets on the top, and the heroes and enemies could lock onto them. It was like it was sold as a special power, but it just seemed like an eminently sensible thing for a spaceship to have. So we have built that correctly. So now we need one of these. We need to slow it down a bit. I'm racing ahead for no good cause. And so we just need one of those. One of those, one of those. One of these. And one of these. Right, now slowly. This plank goes across the top. And there's 2 grippers there, that's fine. Our dot goes on the end here. Our 1 block goes on the opposite end. And the rest is filled in with this block here. Anyway, yeah, there was a Lego line with like tinted visors that appeared to glow, and actually some of them did glow in the dark, and the spooky house with glow in the dark PCs and so on. And then around the same time, or not long after that, came the Technics that I keep on talking about. I don't know if Technics is still a thing for Lego. So we need one of those, 2 of these. But Technics was where you had the motors, cogs, gears, and so on. And my parents were not keen on me buying me those because they were expensive, and they felt correctly I'd lose interest and the things would get lost. So this goes on here. We put another green block on the top here. There, so, and they match up, that's right. We leave a gap here, but we place this on here. So we're getting that edge. Our 2 one pieces, our second one piece goes the other side of this. And that is too long. It needed to be a 4, not one of those. So there we go. Right, now we're nearing the conclusion. 2 black dots. Come here. Have we flipped a page over here? I think we have. Yeah, and now we've got the last bit before we skipped ahead. I think I did this with the Ecto 1, because I just somehow managed to miss an entire set of instructions that were right in front of me, because I was so excited about the next bits we were doing. And I think it was a bit more complicated when it became apparent, but I think I had to go back and actually disassemble some of it to fit it in. So with this, this fits under here. I'm actually going to bring this a bit closer. We will bring it where it's in the camera. At the moment, there's no harm in it. So this piece goes under here. That 1 dot goes on there, and the other goes on the other end. This is slightly out of alignment here, so let's get that. So our third. No. That does not go under here. That goes here. I read it wrong. There we go. So that goes there. Our other 1 dot goes on the side. There, and this locks in here. Building that. And we finish it now, so we have this, thankfully, easily identifiable because it's the last one in the block, to lock across the top of these pieces, holding all of that together. Our last green piece here, that goes there. So we could have built it round either. No, we couldn't, because that would be missing. That finally goes in, and this whole section, it's time to put the book over to the side. And push this here. And that goes in. Isn't that nice? I'm rather into this. I found actually that I'm leaning forward a bit more than I was. Maybe they're having the chair back closer in will be good. So there, which forms this rather nice piece here. I like the detailing of having like the grey block in the middle there. There we go. So we're now up to date. So that goes ahead a couple of pages. That's bag 12. This is the last bit. So these are the final bits of bag 12. Thankfully, we averted disaster by realising where we'd gone wrong. This is everything that's left in the thing, so we can put that away now. We'll push this back slightly. Here's the pieces. So we are just building around the top. This is the finishing piece of the top of the Ooh, this feels odd. It's meant to do this, I'm certain of it, but there is a slight not entirely happy with the alignment here going on. You can see stuff trying to push against each other, but that's good. It means that the tension is on. So when these will now be firmly pushing, we got tension in several directions, so the whole thing is going to lock together quite steadily. And where I was quite worried about things being so, like these pieces are very long, they are held in place very solidly now. Quite satisfying. So we'll. How's the focus on that? It's very good actually. I hadn't adjusted the camera's focus. This one, because it's a mirrorless. It has an autofocus, but the manual's much more delicate. So that all fits in very lovely. So our finished piece, we've worked on this side. On this side, I really like the what's going on here. So for those of you not following the story, for this has a story. Each of the little sort of curiosities, curios, incidentals, peripheries has a little story in it about in the book. So this is the Pharaoh's mask of, and this dude is in fact the Lord of the Manor. Although there's two of him, which is quite curious. And he's nicked all this stuff. So he stole this, but then he's dynamited it in case it came with any curses. There wasn't anything about this organ, but there is an organ here. As far as I remember, the text didn't have any sort of flavor text about the organ. But there's the heads of Anubis. This is apparently a tablet with the worst curse he'd ever seen. This is a mind control device. This is something, and that's the something idol. It's all in the manual. And there we are. So we're more than halfway. There's 18 bags in the set, and that was bag 11. Bag 12, we appear to be doing quite a bit of roofing. So if we move that forward, we can see that roofs are going on. So the body of the mansion will start becoming much more filled out. So around here, that's going to be filled in. That's going to be quite interesting because, yeah, I mean, it's all going to be viewable. We're going to have to find somewhere for you to live, my friend, like a bit more permanently than this, because they come in the bags. Actually, we'll put you in front of this. Actually, let's put you on the... There we go. we've stuck him on the organ. He's just here. So that'll keep him out of the way for the moment. So, yeah, I mean, it's 5 minutes before normally we would do a break, but we might as well. Bit roofing around. No, I shan't. I will be roofing all night long. Not roofing. That's a very different thing. So yeah, we're going to take a break now because why not? And when I get back, we will open bag 3 and continue. So I shall see you then.
Quote number 4. Don't Smoke Kids Grey_Area 2025, Lego and Brick Building, the 10th of October 2025. Quote number 1. At Khaled001 wouldn't stop trying to do quotes. So I turned it on. Beat Saber. The 16th of January 2024. Quote number 2. Murder him please. BK 2024, IBB and OBB, the 26th of June 2024. Quote number 3. DuckTales is not fucking around. Grey_Area, 2024. Beat Saber, the 29th of August 2024.
Hi, it's back. Right. Yeah, bag 12 time. So let's get the earphones back in. We should start the music. Yeah, it does. And bag 12. So it's an Asda multi-use, suitable for sandwiches and packed lunches bag with top tips, a date which was unnecessary because expiry dates for Lego are a thing, but they're measured in a very long time. And yeah, they've labelled it. It's all there. So it's time for the lovely jingly swooshy sound of the Lego. Always do listening to the microphone because I know some people are quite into this. I am too. Lego jingles being lovely. So we leave a little gap at the top of the bag. Plenty of space for air to get out, so we can and then roll it up from the bottom. And we'll add it to our pile of empty bags. Well, actually I put the empty bags into the box because they were getting in the way. So let us prepare ourselves and find out if we need the building to be in the way. No, we are building a big old roof to begin with, so this here can go completely out of the way. Let's do that. I'll put your head back on. These are my little assistants, Sappy and Cheeky. That shouldn't go that way around. This is a little box of minifigs that we will get to. Maybe there's the last thing, or maybe we need a break and a treat. So this very gently goes over here. We tuck it away for now. And now we can definitely have the book out here. Plenty of space to work with. Let's crack on, shall we? Step 276 on page 186. The numbers went hopelessly out of line. We take this piece and we place it like that. That is the stepped. Sometimes there's no sound of the logo going to the tub. Oh, I put the noise gate up too high. I am very sorry. We're going to fix this for you. I cannot be having that. Let me just get the filters up for this. So there was a problem where it was picking up the noise suppression. I turned it off because it's picking up fans. We could try the Speaks one. That actually has a level you can set. This will pick up a lot more of the incidentals. How is that? But I'm going to get a bag and I'm going to put them back in the bag and then pull them out again. Too much, is it? There's a lot of interesting pieces in here, I can tell you that much. I won't put this all back in the bag because there's some very delicate bits in here I don't want to risk damage from them. You're happy with the sound. Good. I might just risk listening myself to what's going on to see if I'm happy with it, because that's also important. I do need to do that. Oh no. No. I don't want you to do that. Ah. That's better. Right. Oh, I can't hear anything. Why? Oh, that's very funny. Yeah, it's picking up the fans, so I'm not super happy with that. I mean, I can turn the mic sensitivity down, right down. It helps if it's set to the mic sensitivity. That is all the way up again. So let's give that another go. Discord being noisy is not helpful. One more go. That's pretty good. Let's leave it there for the moment. Now we'll mute that entirely. Right. We take... How many studs is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 studs. That's more than 10. That might be it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. So we take this one, we place it face down. And that is step 276. Sometimes the steps are just that, just like find the thing. So we take 3 of these very long pieces. And we also place those face down, like so, and then we're going to use this to fasten them all together at the bottom edge with the overlap, the hanging piece facing that way. Okay, now we need a lot of bits. Yeah, we've got that on screen. So, a brown 2x3, 2x4, 8 stud piece. A brown long one. These are both the same size, they are. One of these Technics connectors. I'll not explain what Technics is for the 18th time. If you don't know by now, just Google it. It's out there for their fine. It could turn out that Technics still very much exists. I just haven't found out. We need a 3x3 9 stud grey, and one of these interesting hinged panels. Okay. So yeah, the fan noise, the PC this is running on is, I'm happy to tell this story again for certain. It is an Alienware, which is Dell. Oh, we missed some pieces. We need two stud pieces. We need a grey one, like so, and we need a sort of goldy brown. We decided to call these tan, I think, or khaki. But basically that sort of military greeny brown that's so beloved of them. Anyway, yeah, so this is an Alienware it has a specific name. X15R1. So when it came out, I decided that I previously had and very much liked my previous Alienware gaming laptop, which is now in the possession of Batkiller, which is an Alienware 13 R2, I think it was, or a 15 R2. This is an X15, and they were very new. They'd literally just come out, and they had a purported 3080 inside of them, which they do not. It's a mobile 3080, which is very much a basically a 2070 Super, but it's still pretty powerful for a laptop. And I had a bunch of discounts, and this was back when Dell would just allow you to pile discounts on discounts. So just to go on, we placed the to go back here, we placed the grey block and the brown block, the this hinge Technics piece there, the shaft in there, and this is going on here. We're just going to try and get it orientated correctly, so it's there. So I managed to get an awful lot of money out of it. I think I took about 20% of the price off. Made the order. The thing was, I didn't really want one of those. What I wanted was we've skipped ahead a step again. No, we haven't. We're here. But then I've gone and got the pieces from the... Okay. This is salvageable. We need to put that there. And... No. This is correct. So that piece there. This is what happens when I talk rather than concentrate on the build. So yeah, I get the... Let's finish the story. I got the... Put the disc in sound, put the orders in, and then I found the laptop I actually wanted, which is and it turns out that would have been a poor choice. But I found it anyway, going second hand, a Asus Zen Duo Pro, which has a 2060 inside, which is not a 2060. Yeah, it's a mobile 2060. But has two screens, and I thought this would be very good for streaming. So it has a screen on the top, and it has a 4K screen in the middle. I've since sold that to a friend. So I got that because there was only one of them. It was second hand on Amazon, and came with quite a decent discount. And I went back to Dell and said I would like to cancel my order. And I got a personal email back from a sales rep at Dell addressing me directly. It was in no way automated. So hang on, I'm quite confused as to what's going on here. I got the wrong size piece. Saying, well, we've already started building your laptop. We would really like you not to cancel the order, as all we can do is scrap it afterwards and salvage it for parts, which is very expensive for us. So, and I was like, well, but I've got, I don't mind. That's not my problem. Please process my refund. And they went, no, really. We're prepared to give you this much off if you continue with your order. And I looked at it and I went, I think I ended up getting about 50% or somewhere in the region of 30. I think it was a third off the price, about 30% of the price reduced on this incredibly expensive laptop. So I've got it to this day. It's a good workhorse. The battery did not last, but that's because I never ever unplugged it. And for something like this, you don't really expect to unplug it. I think this is the wrong piece. Because what we've got here... Oh no, it's not the wrong piece. Okay, now I understand now. So we're layering these up. But I was confused. It still looks wrong. No, it can't be right. Oh no, it now makes complete sense. Right, so this is a fourth. There were 3 here. This is a fourth one of these, and it goes here in front. And we need a 3-piece one of these, and that extends on this side. But yeah, it's all elderly. I'm a smoker. It's got all sorts of shit inside it, and the fans do get a bit laboured. I mean, it's not like the fans were particularly quiet to begin with. It was never intended to be a quiet PC. But yeah, it can affect things when I am trying to use a microphone. So the microphone is off to the side here because I can keep that there, and it picks me up adequately, even though it's a cardioid microphone. It's really only meant to pick up if you're talking directly at it. But for this purpose, it's fine. So we've got this and this, and now we need to focus up a bit and make sure we get all the pieces we need, and that we're not skipping ahead or back or whatever. So yeah. So yeah, it's going to be noisy. One option is just to move it far away, because it doesn't need to be actually front and centre, but it is useful for its screen. You know, if you've got your gaming desktop or whatever, all its fan noise is under the desk or on top of the desk, but over there somewhere, safely away from... so we've done those 2 pieces. We need that one, that one, that one, that one. Away from your microphone. And also you can angle your microphone. I could get a microphone and just have it here, but working round one of those I found is an absolute pain in the arse. I could hang the microphone off here, but I'm not going to do that right now. And it would have its back to the PC. But also, hanging it from here means it would hang in front of my face. There are not a lot of good options here. Placing it dead in front of me might work. Just a single mic for the tub. Could do. I don't think I really want to spend proper microphone money on that. There is a use case for a third microphone in this house, though. So the one attached to my gaming, the office rig is HyperX. This is an Elgato Wave 3, which I picked up for cheap in the local CEX, pronounced sex. It's effectively a pawn shop, but it doesn't do pawning. It just buys stuff off you for cheap and sells them for a bit less than retail price, depending on the condition. But it's a good place to pick up cheap tech, especially if there's happens to be someone who's clearly like a YouTuber or a streamer who lives in the same area as you. Because they can buy all the gear and you barely use it, and then you get it cheap. I've got lots of bits from there for streaming, and save myself a fair bit of money. So we're just building straight out of the tub here. The roof has a familiar sort of thing going on here. So this is quite nice. You've got the structure. You can see where it's going to fit the framework. And you can see the attachment points here and here and here. And I imagine that the panel is going to come into this somewhere. But, yeah, there it is. So, this is quite the construction. So, we've got one of these to get now. Orientated that way in the picture. That's going to go on this edge here. And get back to actually talking about the Lego now. Now, if it were me, this would be becoming a spaceship very quickly. Anything with that kind of angle on it immediately speaks spaceship to me. But what's actually happening here is this panel, inverted, goes underneath and just clips straight in. And I remember making many such arrangements for making platforms and things in the past. These strips, the irritation being you can't make them perfectly flat easily. Not without using lots of strips. I'm finding myself in that yak shaving, to use a technical term, thing where you're just kind of, you keep on building and building and building and losing your sight of your original goal. Massive scope creep, because you're trying to attain one section of the goal, which is right, which is overcoming your ability to restrain yourself. So this is going on here. It just matches up. This is very neat. It's very satisfactory. It matches up neatly to that line there. Just comes out like that. But again, different me would be very upset that was one block over and immediately pressing blocks in there to make it work. But that's not what we're doing next. What we're doing next is we're taking one of these grey pieces here and popping them on there. Ah, you're a CEX fan as well. I used to work in Maplin many years ago, and there are no Maplins still in existence. There is an online shop. I don't believe they've got a store at all anymore. They might. I think actually they might have one UK store remaining. But yes, it has a similar sort of thing. Just loads of tech. So we're just building this. This is serious spaceship vibes coming on here, like wing, but it's not. It's not a spaceship. Sad as that is. Need to move the manual on a fair bit. So we've done to here, 285, and 286 is where we're going to build this attachment point, which these are tricky. Like, this bit isn't tricky, but the actual attaching it to the house is a perilous exercise in my opinion. And I imagine if I ever graduate to building things like Star Destroyers or aircraft carriers or whatever, there's going to be a lot of this sort of thing, because they will have the angled edged panels, just loads of them. So 1, 2, 3 of these, and I want a very specific piece. These, I love these because they're lovely for finishing an edge or hang on, let's see. There we go. Smoothing something off that's not quite right. Quite like the gap's been smooth there, but you can put that on there and then have everything kind of curve out in a very satisfactory manner. But that's not what we're doing here. What we are doing here is we're inverting this. We are putting back the piece that we incorrect. No, that was the piece that we needed. So we put 3 on one side, 3 on the other, like so. Oh, hang on. No, I see. Yeah, okay. Oh, we're good. So lock that in. Nope. Come back here. Lock that in. Lock that in. This goes in the middle. And while still upside down, to get the orientation right, that, then that. And then on the top, with this flipped over the other way, we're going to place this here. And then underneath that, this goes pointing outwards. So this is quite interesting where it's going to go. We now take that and invert it this way. Take this piece back, and we're placing it on like this. And that's locked in rather neatly. So this is how it's ended up looking. Nice and smooth and roof-like on the top. Underneath, very busy. Lots going on here. And now we need the house back. Where's my bookmark? Just in case I have to lose the page. So this is going above the chandeliers in the entrance. And it's going to be a ball ache to do. So here's where it goes. Give the curtains a little shove there. They're hanging open slightly. This piece can just live there for a second while I gently move this and hop it over the edge of the mat. We're done with the bits box for the moment. We certainly don't need that bag. And here we go. This is going to be a challenge. So here is the entrance. So let's angle this so I can get a... It's going here. Now this is going to be a pain in the arse. I know it. So the other one, let's just have a look at that quickly. Here. This one here. Notice how it locks in behind that. That caused some problems. When we got to the other side, which ironically is easier to show than this bit because it's there. Getting the feet in and this bit, the top panel locked to this bar and that behind there was... It took quite a lot of force. I was unhappy with some of the noises it was making. But for this one, if we swing that out, what we're going to do is we're going to swing this all the way there and swing this out here so we've got plenty of space to work. So the difference here is this is locking in also behind, quite deliberately behind those things. Getting the feet aligned is one of the worst bits, but we've got much more space to work here, so maybe this is just going to go okay. So once you've got the feet in place here and here, you ensure it's behind these bits, which you can see from the top cam. It's in, but see that even the slightest movement, the feet come loose. So we push, and then we lock this down carefully. But you can already see the tension on it is quite a lot, and that's popped. So the next thing we have to do is check that everything's in place and nothing has popped out. And like when I was doing this one here, the opposite one, all of this mechanism popped out. I had to take the whole thing back out, reseat it. Now that might have been because I didn't press down very well when I was attaching all the bits together. But this one seems to have gone in pretty nicely, I'm gonna say. Actually, that was not as bad as I was thinking it was going to be. So, woohoo! We have a roof, and that has rather changed the whole aspect. So before there was the gap, now the roof covers all of that. Oh, that one's still not happy. Like something is loose there that shouldn't be. So we're just going to take a moment to check that over. See, that's popped out. Pop that in. That pops out. Every single piece of this is under constant. There we go. It's just all falling apart again. Can we get this to play ball? See that hinge? Nothing wants to sit together on this roof. Right, so we're just you can't see what I'm doing, but since we're working on this, I'll bring it into focus a little bit. This whole section here has just come out. That hinge here, which you can't see, but now you can. That hinge there does not want to lock into that piece and this piece. So there's a two-way tension going on, and it don't want to play ball. You can just hear things clicking and falling out of place. So we're going to have to just pause a moment and fix this. Hopefully not by building backwards. We can in theory just take the roof off. That might be good enough. No. That is not good enough. Right, let's give ourselves some space to... I think it's going to have to come off. Yeah. That's just a mess. Right. I feel that I probably just did that badly, so we're going to have to work on this for a little bit. Oh well. See, here's all the inner workings of the roof, and it's just a mess. It's just a mess. Right, I'll need a tool. For next May, you should build the... Oh, you mean May the 4th? So... It's funny you mention that. It wouldn't be next May, and it wouldn't be for May the 4th. I'm certainly not buying a Star Destroyer for May the 4th. I'm just destroying everything that I've made here. Do excuse me a second. A Star Destroyer is not off the cards. Oh, this is not good. Oh, this is very bad. Getting all this back in is going to take some time. That goes there. No, we've got an easy way out. So, you'll notice that the title of this stream is 700 Follower Celebration Lego stream. Fairly easy to understand, but I'm actually going to have to go back and find the bit where we built this roof and make sure I've got it all correct, and then try putting it together again. So that's the doors. So I used to build Lego just as a thing rather than as a follower celebration. It's just a thing I did. Then I think after doing the wave, I decided I'd make it a sometimes thing. But I did have a tradition of doing Lego during October with spooky tunes and dressing up. So obviously that's what we're doing now. So it just happened to happen at the same time as the 700 follower celebration. So I decided, instead of just getting a smaller set, which is what I normally do, I would get a big set, one of the ones I really wanted to celebrate 700 followers. And indeed, that's what I did. So that's our foot. That's there. That's there. I've got a feeling I just did not put this together very well. So there is another big build on the way, but it's at 1,000 followers, which maybe a year or two from now. But next October, I'm thinking of so the next Lego build for a follower goal will be the big one, and I'm taking the for the 100 follower goals that, you know, I'm not too worried about followers. I want them, obviously. I mean, I wouldn't be here if I didn't. But I will be I'll be thinking of other things to do for celebrations. Like, I feel it should be something you can give people. Like, you know, if you enjoy building Lego and they enjoy watching Lego being built, then I think it's fair to that meant to be there? Is that what's going on? So Lego builds are something I can demonstrate. You know, Lego is something where I can potentially buy things people couldn't normally afford or wouldn't do unless they are very into Lego as a thing. So it provides some kind of service, I guess. Is that where I'm going with this? Might be. There we go. So that looks right. Maybe I just had this put together wrong the whole fucking time. Entirely possible. That all looks correct. Yeah, with the piece on. Was this... Oh, that was it. Possibly the first time it didn't fit. This popped out, and when I reattached it, it went back on the wrong piece, and that's why it's been such a mess ever since. That could well be it. Sorry, that's a very long-winded answer to... No, I won't be doing Star Destroyer for May. But I probably will be doing the Star Destroyer. It's on my list of ones that I want to build. We're missing pieces. Where'd you go? You're around here somewhere. You're not missing. Other than you're not where I can see you. But the whole bar that was on the top of here is not currently attached to anything that I can see. So yeah, once the process gets messed up like this, suddenly you oh, there it is. It was here all along. It was just outside. I think the Star Destroyer stroke Death Star stroke like an aircraft carrier or something. I've kind of avoided branded merchandise, branded builds. So anything Star Wars, anything Disney, anything Marvel, DC Universe. I mean, I like some of the stuff. But when I say branded, like I really want to get a Vespa, but I want it in black, so it looks like my old Vespa Super Sport. And the only one they've got is in blue. But I'll probably build the blue one at some point. Or there is apparently a service by which you can get like builds, but in the colours that you want. It just costs a fair bit more for that service. So let's have a look at this. Let's make sure we're doing this exactly right. So it goes... I think it goes 3 up like that. That seems right. So maybe it could have been that we overdid this. So this time it seems very solid. But I think, yeah, I've got a little Y-wing. I'd probably happily build an X-wing or a TIE fighter. I just don't want to build Darth Maul's head or a Mandalorian helmet. Like, those are all good things. They are enjoyable parts of the Star Wars universe, but I don't need them. They're not iconic things to me. Yeah, this is very hard to keep together. But the Star Destroyer is, X-Wing is, the Y-Wing, the TIE Fighter, the various TIE Fighters. Let's pull the spider web out for the moment. I think it's just getting in the way. And how are we doing for time with this diversion? Right, here we go. You can see the pain I went through last time again. I think it was inevitable that once that roof went on so nicely, I'd immediately break the one I had so many problems with. So here's the whole shebang. You can fold that in and move this a bit closer and not lose the spider web. Newt! You're going to have to go for like 10-20 minutes, so I don't catch you enjoying the rest of the day. Yep, thanks for getting my attention. Thank you for being here and being so chatty. I do like a natter while I'm doing this, otherwise I just end up talking to myself. And yeah, I'm plenty good at that, but this is much more pleasant. So what we're going to do, we're going to lock this in. We're not going to lock this in because it doesn't want to go in with all the other shit we built around here. So that is disappointing. And we're going to have to kill the... There we go. Actually, that might help us a bit. So if we just take these bits out... Right, I'm gonna prioritize. That's where it needs to go. Yeah, because this is basically the start of Muppets Christmas Carol without it being the start of Muppets Christmas Carol. There's a couple of things on here that are basically only barely legally distinct from the things they are ripping off. This is not going in. And why is it not going in? It feels miserable. Yep. Right, we're going to have to clean this all out. We've definitely built it to specification. It's just a bastard. And I need this music gone. This is going to be the story of the haunted house, is getting this bastard roof to fucking go in. Now that that's in the way, I cannot get this to... Right. But it's got to fit. It must fit. So, how? This out of the way? No. But is this too wide? This is going to run us into the next gate break. Right, let's have a look. Ah! I see the problem. No? No, that's all correct. I do not see the problem. It's all exactly as specified. So, there's a lot of this wasn't here when we put the roof on. So I don't know if it's a matter of... This needs to be further over to the left, and it cannot be at the moment. Even if it's all the way over there, that is wrong. So I must look at this again and understand what's going on. That is all correct. I mean, all of this is meant to space it properly. So the question remains, why will it not fit like that when it did before? So we can get it into position, but this bar no longer matches up. So if I pull this out, we just test. That goes... Ah! It does leave that black one open. Okay. That makes a lot more sense now. So this goes 3 blocks down, 3 studs down there. I wonder if we can do it this way. Place this here first. But it really doesn't want to stay on there. There we go. That's pretty really fastened. And then maneuver this into place where it doesn't really want to do. Right. That may help us. Oh, this has all gone horribly wrong. But actually, I think we may have resolved. I think I know what to do here. Apologies that I'm not demonstrating this visually, but I want this fucker done. That goes in. It's not that the instructions are the wrong way round, it's just that it would have been easier to build it this way, but there's sense in building it the other way. But now, with a little bit of handiness, we can probably get these to fit as they should. There we go. This is now actually secure. Yes, and it all fits. Not fighting. And we have a bit we've knocked off here, which might go there. And a bit we've knocked off here, which definitely goes there. There. You go back on top of that. Can we fit this in? Bit of a diversion this, but we'll take a break once we've got it all fixed up and we've centered ourselves, find out where we are. Where's your little face? Here. It's definitely a bit of a Lego struggle here going. Let's get you secured and then we'll twiddle. Ooh. There's a reason it says do things in a certain way, and I do trust it, I do. But sometimes you find a certain bit that just doesn't work quite as well, and it's entirely possible that there was a better way. There we go, that worked. Spider web. There we go. That is as secure as can be. fits perfectly. And I just need to check that the piece that I put back on is correct. It is almost correct. It needs to be facing that way. Sorry, you can't really see that, but it's not important. We did it! We got there! It's all secure. Nothing there is coming off its piece. I'm not going to overstress it, but I am checking it's all holding together, which it is. And there was a way around that worked quite well. These are actually probably not on as well as they could have been as well. So just move that back to here. Happy with that. Feel that we've not only made a progress, but an improvement. Some progress, but an improvement. So that is now fixed, and we are on 288, which is currently visible. That's fine, but we're going to take a break. I'm quite happy. So this tower is going to go up. We may have problems with this interfering with the camera, which I've got kind of a plan for. I can also make this taller to see, and wider. We can switch screens around a bit. But this camera can elevate, so that we should be okay. But in any case, that is an appropriate juncture for us to take a break, which I will do, and I shall see you after you're back. I return. Let's go on with it. After the roof disaster, we're back on track. It's looking quite something, isn't it? All right. So we have definitely learned that we're not a fan of roofs here. So what are we doing here? So we're building some bits, a kind of altar-y thing. So this will go in there, but we don't need the house right now. So we're just gonna push this over here. Just out of the way a little bit. Just keep it there so we can slide it back on easily. So we're building a thing, and there's going to be a little bit of flavour text, I think. So we should be prepared for that. So there are some very interesting bits in this here box. And we're getting some of them out now. So we have a white dot, and if we lose that, I have no worries, for white dots are something I have a fucking lot of. I can certainly borrow one from somewhere. Or is it a perspex dot? It is a perspex dot, which is actually something we have less of. So this tiny little bastard here, which will be super easy to lose, and something I always was very into, although this is a bit more complex than before. No, it is. It's exactly as it was. A camera. It's hard to get that to focus. There we go. So our camera piece goes on there. This will be super easy to lose. So our lens goes on the camera. And we're going to place that safely where I can see it. This is interesting. It's not exactly as it was. This handle is offset. So I don't know if I can get that in focus, but the bit that will clip on is at an angle. So that the previous cameras were a bit older looking. I think they would also have a flash on the top. I'm going to place that there where I can see it. We need a small... Alright, let's just get the bits out because they're quite exciting. So we have a snake, little snake. A weird grabby arm thing that I haven't recalled spotting. There's a lot of skeleton bits in here. Oh, it's a chain. So that looked like an arm with a claw on the end, but that's the thing denoting that this is shiny, and it is indeed fairly shiny. I don't know if you can see this. We'll just get up there. Like, it's a chain. Is getting a bit spicy with these pieces. So the camera we've built, the snake, the chain. So we place the snake's tail in the grabber. Something like... Hang on. I'm trying to get this right. It's not the tail itself, it's the... Doesn't seem to be working as intended. No, there we go. But again, yeah, the snake's not quite as it was, as it is in the photo. That's just bothering me slightly. Okay. The chain goes from here to here. There's two of them apparently. There's the other one. And now we need the house back. So all of this is going in the roof space we've just created. Is here. So we will put those there. I'm going to bring this forward. I will put the camera with those, so we can see what's going on as best I can. If I get the book out of the way, that's going to help. You have returned just in time. We're doing some snakes and chains here, it appears. So I'm not sure I understand this. The snake I get, that just kind of goes right here by the... Maybe even a little forward of there. Yeah, this is weird. Maybe like that. I just don't think it's represented very well in the manual. Let's put that in and see how it looks. So it's one stud out parallel to the front of the foot. Is the foot too far forward, do you think? There should be 3 studs in front of the foot. There are. So according to the book, it goes there, like so. I failed to change the music up, didn't I? It's not terrible at the moment, so I'll leave it. Might discover something new and nice. Oh, this is doing my head in. There we go. Okay, that music is doing my head in. Right. What the hell is this? I don't care. That's a bit more like it. Alright, the snake is not quite correct. But it'll be alright. Thought of it. Except it should be going the other side. Is it upside down? Is that what's going on? It is upside down. That makes a bit more sense. Of course, doing this entirely sort of streaming sat down, I'd be up and moving around the table if I was not doing it this way. First thing. There, that works. We got there. The next bit I don't quite understand is how these chains are meant to, what they're even meant to attach to. So one goes, let's peg them on and see if we can work it out. Yeah, it's from Epidemic Sound. No, it goes up here. Come on, stop fucking around. It was just a few years ago. I was looking for spooky tunes to play while non-copyrighted, I found Epidemic Sound. It turns out I actually need to give them some money. I keep on forgetting my subscription. So, in the diagram, if you can see, these meet and hang there, but there is nothing for them to hang on to. There is nothing for them to hang on to. And finally, this camera just goes in here and appears to be flush with the roof pointing upwards. This is all very strange perspective-wise. I think I'm going to leave these for the moment and see where we go. Because as far as I can tell, unless I have missed something significant, they are just floating in midair on the diagram. So now we need to get quite a few pieces. One of these. Two of these. Two of these inverted. These I think of as Star Wars blocks because they remind me of the shape of certain droids in Star Wars. I think this might have got a little bit out of focus. There we go. Maybe it's been a little bit out of focus the whole time. So here we go. 1, 2, 3. We've got that long piece there and lots of interesting coloured things like this. Again with a little designation noting that they are shiny. So we've got some incredibly, like, if the studs are easy to lose, these things are even more so. Little flame forbidden jelly tots. A cup, a goblet rather, really. One of those. 2 candlesticks. They are, so far they've universally been used for candlesticks, I think, in this. Oh no, tell a lie, they're the pipe organ pipes as well. Black square with a grabber. It's a prime candidate to be inside something else, but no, it's there. This, which was quite exciting, a lantern, just the one. A red one of these. 2 skulls. And that's all of our bits. I've got to do a little build here. So let's just close that up for a moment. Move it slightly out of the way. We can bring the book here. So we're building an altar. There's some flavour text we missed? No. Right, so here. Oop. Got to be careful. It would be so easy to lose many of these pieces. Grey ones go on the outside, red ones go on the inside. There. So we built this lovely little piece. Just make sure that's all together pretty securely. Making a bench. So these go with these facing inwards. Or something like a bench, table maybe. And now we're going to have accoutrements on the table. So we have a grabber here. And the grabber is going to be orientated like that. So it's like this. The goblet. Candles? No. No, wait, the grabber... The lantern goes on here. Well, this is quite interesting. And then... This goes in... No, it goes in the other way. In fact, it's showing me just a little too late that we should assemble this separately. So this goes with the stud in, and you press that in. Then, let's get things around the right way. It may not matter, but it's best not to find out later. You've got a goblet of wine, a goblet of something. Now we make some skull candles, which is lovely. You take one of these, you pop one of these on top, like so. One of those in top of that, and push that in. These go either side. It occurs to me that the skulls aren't actually performing the function of candle holders here. They have these on top, which are the candle holders. But yeah, no, it's fine. So we've built this mad little thing, which is, we can actually do a zoom in. Just here. We can move the manual along. Oh, it helps if I've got the manual selected. The altar, the altar of Al-Hazred. It is unknown for what dark rites this heavy-looking stone table was originally intended. The Baron used it for light reading on rainy days. So we're going to hold on to that there for the moment. I'm going to build the next piece, which has also got some text in it. There. So, a lot of skeleton bits. One torso. One short grabby. And another short grabby. Ew! Nearly knocked that everywhere. Two of these jointed double grabbers. And top hats. And what looks suspiciously like a crossbow. Or something. No, it might be a... what's the navigation tool called? So let's just check we've got the bits. Pentaca... The thing you would use to navigate at sea works to this day. Oh, we need their head. There we go. That's all the bits. So this is... We'll read the text off now and then zoom down. Focus up. We'll need to move this a little further out of the way, which is fine. Move this in. The Forbidden Skeleton. Some say Sam Sinister's car exploded while running from the law, leaving only his skeleton top hat behind. Some say that it was once a third twin butler. No one knows for sure. But for some reason he is carrying this. Which... appears quite nautical. The lens on this is not able to do macro, like very close up focusing. But yeah, sextant. It looks like a sextant. So, did we forget his leggies? I think we forgot his leggies. No, there aren't any leggies in. Oh, those are his leggies, right? Okay, so we take this. These are the leggies. Yep. You stay here. Yep. So they have a way round to be. It's a sextant. You use it to, I think, through a combination of horizon, stars, and maps. Oh, yeah, actually, the point was you could navigate without a map. You could at least know which direction you were going in using a sextant. So this guy is carrying one, but there's nothing. There's a flavor text that mentions it not, which makes me feel that the flavor text happened after the build was complete, and an intern, was told to come up with stories for this. It might be time to start the music again. I think. Where are we? Yeah, let's go back to the haunted playhouse. Now, some things have been revealed. Here's his sextant. Nice. So here are the pieces that are going into the build. And that's how they go. Okay. We can do this. It's all going in here. Getting this right might be a trick. So this way round. I like things to be exactly as they are in the book. That's a me thing. I don't think that it is required. That needs to be 2 dots in. 2 dots in and 1 dot back. And that's it. Located. Little snake peeking out from underneath. That's looking much more like it. And this is what's going on here. So they were hovering in midair, which obviously we cannot replicate. Not without a lot of glue and patience, and I wasn't prepared to do that. So we have this little dangly skeleton dude now, who dangles oddly. Let's try. There we go. That's much more neat. Fantastic. Okay, now we're on to a complex little build of more roof. It looks like. Huzzah! If you have a look at the manual, they're actually just side by side. So yeah, you could clip them together, but that's not what was going on. They were magically hanging in the air, and we are not magical. Well, not in that sense anyway. So we're building. Ooh, it looks like a little topper piece. This is interesting and curious. I wonder where that's going to go. Oh, actually, I think I know where it's going to go. Huzzah. Okay. 1, 2. So, yeah. What are your plans for tomorrow, Uwu? Waffly. So, invert. Just like that. Step 291. And on 292, we get, again, very small step. It's just taking us through this very carefully, which makes sense. Like this. No, not like that. Have I got this right? I have not. Okay. Do that. Let's do it exactly as it says. There we go. Family from England coming up. You in Scotland then? Or Wales? I assume by up, since you say up, you're not in Devon or Cornwall. Yeah. My family is largely from Scotland. And that's not like generations back, like my mum and dad are Scottish. I was just born in London. And a lot of my family still lives there. Alright, let's move this back so we're not getting too much of my ugly face. My mother is from Glasgow and my dad is from Stirling. Well, actually my dad is from Dollar. But Clacks anyway. And a lot of my family live in Edinburgh. Or lived in Edinburgh, and will probably go back to living in Edinburgh when they're done doing what they're doing. Alright. That is correct. But this is requiring a fair bit of squinting and kind of understanding where the bits go. So we're layering these up. It's forming quite a sturdy little semi-wing-like piece here. Next we need one of these. A shafty bit. A shaft receivery bit. And a brown interesting... That's another kind of hingy bit. Which we're connecting all of this together. Interesting. So we invert this. We place the brown hinge here. That shaft into the hinge. There. And this one is going to go at a 90-degree angle like this. And that's all matched up. Does that mean I've done this place wrong? It doesn't. There we go. So this is now turned round to here. And this piece goes there. And this piece goes there. Oh dear. Good catch. Right. Focus, Graham. That doesn't have a lot to latch onto. Just that corner. Which is why it's proven so tricky. We are going to fix that though. I love that. I really do. So this just goes on here. They're saying put it on that way, but this is the way the box goes on this. Okay. Right. So we put that to the side for the minute. We grab one of these, and two of these. So one on each end, like so. Oh, I should sit back more. In fact, I just need to bring my chair back in when I've left the room so that my back is adequately supported. That goes on there. Then our whole assembly here, rather precariously, goes like this. And that is super precarious. I'm not caught up the instruction manual. Right, yeah, that's caught up. See? Ooh, I don't like that at all. I mean, it will get reinforced, but ooh, does not want to stay together. Let's just leave it there where it can't come to any harm for the moment. Right. So for me, tomorrow I go back to do what they call what my motorcycle school calls an MMA, which is it does happen in a caged area, but it's nobody's punching anybody, or at least I hope not. Basically, I'm going down to the school. I am driving down to the school because I completed my CBT the other day, on Wednesday, again, for the 8th time, maybe. It can't be the 8th time. 6th. More than 4. So I need to get up at 7 in the morning. I need to drive down there so I get there in good time for 9. We'll take the larger bikes out, the 650cc motorcycle, warm it up, just drive around a bit, and then we will go down to the testing centre where we have the use of the testing pan for about, I think it's about 2 hours, and yeah, I will just basically practice all the manoeuvres I have to do on the test on Wednesday next week. And hopefully next Wednesday, having not immediately then gone off and driven 90 miles on my scooter, I will 180 miles on my scooter in between. I will pass the test this time, because I didn't last time. So I can't be going too late with this, but I will be going on a little longer. So those are all the bits. Shaft, 3 bits, so on. Okay, so we invert this. We push this on. Put that through there, and then this goes at right angles to that, like so. I'm getting very bad at actually holding up the bits I'm doing. Thanks for the advice, but I'm 45 years old, and despite some big false starts in that area, I feel like I know when I need to get to bed by, and when I need to end stream. I appreciate the thought, though. And everyone's different. A friend of mine literally only needs 2.5 to 3 hours of sleep a night, and has been operating on that for 30 years now, without change. So we turn it. I do love this. There's this little thing. I keep on ignoring it because it looks like a recycling sign, but it's not. It's take the block that you have and invert it. That's what it means. There we go. Now next bit we get one of these. And that... Ooh. That's going to lock this in. That's nice. Because several of these pieces just want to fall off. Like this whole roof is extremely precarious at the moment. I'm sure it all locks together nicely. But getting there does seem like a bit of a challenge. So we're just locking this last one in here. That doesn't... That's probably for butting up against something. And then we're flushing it out with a last black two-piece here. But as it happens, you're not too far wrong. I think I was looking at about 11 at the latest and a bit past 10 otherwise. We're going to see how we do, though. A lot of it is about... how tired I feel. So here again... Is that right? That looks right. That does appear right. So we've made... Can we bring that into focus? We can. And it's hinged like this. But it's not very well hinged. These tiny one dot hooks are... there, but as you can see, those two hinges there could lock together. That might be a thing, or it might not. We will see. But we need to remember to refocus, which is that. That's looking good. So we're building another exciting construction here. Another thing you didn't know, which I do, it's that getting up at 7 is... I think my alarm's set for 6:30. I'd like to be out of bed by 7. I need to be on the road by 8. And giving myself a clear hour is the best thing. So we just take this, we place these two blocks on top, and then we're going to put these two half arches. Small half arches, because there are large ones there. We've seen some in there. Pointing outwards, and it doesn't matter which way around we do it because it's symmetrical. Except now it's not, so it matters which way around this piece is. But for now, that's good. And then we use this one block to lock this in together. There we go. That's good. And these two green pieces go behind. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. I know my own limits, but it took me a long time to get there, a very long time. So we get two grey pieces and we place them either end here. Two grey, two 1x2s or 2x1s, depending on how you prefer to say these things. They add up to the same thing anyway, and it looks like that, which is exciting. And then we take one of these and another grey 2x2 square. Now, we're going to get some bits out in a moment, and I was certain it was going to be skeletons with swords we were getting. But that is not what has happened. This is wrong. The empty bit needs to be... or the bit we're building onto is there. We want to leave the back clear. We'll put that on. Oh, ow. Now, we need one normal brick and one technic brick, and I'm wondering what's going on here. So why this? That gear, there's a gear going in there somewhere. We're keeping things correctly orientated. This goes on the front and this goes on the back. Which is not all locked together fantastically. And then this pyramid goes on the top. And see, just gripping it pushes those blocks out. So we've got to be careful how we do that. Thus, now we take 3, what I was certain were actually going to be swords, but they are not swords in this case. Of those, 3 of these. And 3 shiny, goldy dots. And now we assemble. So gold dot goes on these cone things, and these go in the top, like so, to make this. It's very exciting, doesn't it? I wonder if they're going to have some half-assed flavour text about what this is. I bet they do. It's just a bit of a shame. Like, if you are building the bonsai tree, it has a whole sort of properly researched history of bonsai trees sort of interspersed amongst them. If you're making the Ecto 1, it talks about the Ghostbusters series and so on. In this case, it's got some pretty average flavour text. Oh, did I miss something? Just to check, I can't see anything from steel. Can you see something from steel? If you could not, calling out lurkers is a little rude. Yeah, so if people are lurking, it's often because they don't want to talk or necessarily have it known that they are here. So we let them do that. It's just a little bit of etiquette that's around Twitch, but you may not have encountered it before. Yeah, please don't do that. There may be other places where it's okay, but this isn't one of them. So one of the things I like about the manual is whenever you've got something where you can't get an easy comparative size by like counting the number of studs or whatever, you can they give you a little diagram with an exact one-to-one scale picture, so you know exactly what's going on. So that just goes like that. So now we know what the block and shaft was for. And indeed, we have a 2 pieces over. So did I miss something? That hasn't happened before. We've not had spare bits before. No. So we've got 2 black squares left over. I think I know where they might be for actually. Let me just check this. They've probably been around quite a while. Yeah. They have come, or they were meant to go on this roof piece here, and I did not put them there. So this front piece here going right. This inserts and holds together these. I still don't like how flimsy the hinge is. Nice. Thanks for using the lights. They're there to play with. It might help hold them together, but it's not gonna do the job. So the red needs to be on the back. I put a fair bit of work into getting those lights to work. So I'm generally happy when they are used. We're going to come at this another way, I think. I'm going to put these onto here like this. I think one of the takeaways I'm going to have from this is I hate roofs. That whole thing just came right a fucking apart. And every time I do a roof, that's precisely what happens. Right. What was the light thing? Try doing it again and just watch the stream. I'm afraid my masterpiece here has just fallen 2 pieces, so I am a little... I'm going to have to go back and rebuild that bit. Slightly annoying. It's the second time we've needed to go back. Yeah. So that one is whole. Very good. Right, that's it. And then that goes there. And this square. Goes there. Okay, right. So we've got our nonsensical little feet here. Go on there. This is the problem. These don't want to stay under any kind of pressure whatsoever. I'm going to give them a bloody good shove. But I think this whole thing is going to be a pain. No matter what I do. Yeah. Right. So, in theory, this is going to slot through there. It should do so pretty neatly. But again, any pressure, too much pressure on anything, and the whole thing falls apart. Right, let's put that aside and try. There we go. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Sometimes we can just work it out ourselves. So, our little feetsies are there. They're not well aligned. Are they meant to go one block in? It looks like they may be, actually. That just wasn't necessarily very obvious before. Hey, Cuppy. Ooh, your thing hasn't worked at all. Why is that? Or did you hear it? I didn't hear it. Oh. Yeah. I issued a polite reminder about letting lurkers lurk, Steel, for things. In this stream we allow the lurkers to lurk. It didn't work because Mix It Up wasn't active on this machine. So, Steel, could you redeem your hello? Yeah. It's the polite reminder. It's fine because Steel doesn't mind, but some people might mind. There are a couple of people who have...
I think it's time to blow this.
There you go.
Get everybody in the stuff.
Works now. Sorry, Cuppy, that yours
Okay, 3,
didn't
2,
activate.
1,
I can't fix it from here. Oh, yeah, fuck. So today we have learned we hate roofs. Like, really hate roofs. I've had to disassemble and reassemble a roof I built several streams ago, and currently I'm fighting with this fucker. It really does not want to. Right. See, every time we do this, the fucking thing. There's two studs holding this onto the block, and there's one stud either side holding the. It's got absolutely no structural integrity whatsoever, which is very unusual. So I'm finding a hole every time you try and press something onto something else, another bit pops out. I'm being a roofist. Yeah, someone Waffle's been telling me to stop roofing around, and I wish I could, but they got to get built. Oh, what's fallen off now? Oh. I think every complex Lego set has, like, something that's just this annoying. But you just have to persevere. Right. Are you going to stay together this time, you fuck? No. No, it is not. What came off this time? Oh, I am sorry. Yeah, I'd forgotten. There will be story ratings again. It's a good way to participate without actually participating, if you see what I mean. Which is something I need from time to time. Sometimes I am not in a righty mood, but a snarky critiquey mood. Yeah, I can probably manage that no matter what else is going on. But today, actually, I just wanted to build some Lego, so that is what I have done. And yeah, it's not a test tomorrow. I think I said that elsewhere and earlier, but I am going to the test centre eventually, and we're going to practice all the manoeuvres I've got to do on Wednesday for a couple of hours. The guy who is training me has obviously he's actually the person who was training me last Wednesday. He's very new to the school. He's been a motorcycle instructor for many years. But I do know that he lives far off in Wales. Wales is not hard to get to from here, at least South Wales. So he will not be looking to overextend his stay in near Bristol. Come on, come on, come on. Yes, sorry so you couldn't get a nice close look up at that, but honestly, it was doing my head in and it just needed to get done. Yeah, what was even more hilarious is I was typing them on a bus surrounded by a lot of people just trying to... Oh no, was I on the bus? Yeah, I was on the bus. Going out, wasn't it? And fucking bus. Well, I only said the fucking bus because people were talking about... Were trying to get me to say or do silly things in public when I'm already dressed like this. Like, I didn't really want to attract a lot more attention than I was. Hey guys, we're on to bag 13, but it is time for a break. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to go for as long... We're going to open bag 13, and then we're going to go until I feel ready to stop. Probably not quite as long as an hour, but we will see. But my hard stop time is 11 or just after. So I shall be right back. Please don't go away. It's great to have company, especially chatty company. Lego generally calms me right down. No, I did that. Fangs hurt my teeth. Even properly moulded dental ones. They're annoying. I know a lot of people who enjoy them, but I don't. Capes are cool, but I find it hard to keep them clean, so I stopped. Right, I shall be right back.
I can't really see it. Yay! My foot's gone to sleep. There we go.
Wow. You're like, hey, humanity is great, and here's why. We want to fuck with tentacles.
Quote number 1. At Khaled001 wouldn't stop trying to do quotes. So I turned it on. Beat Saber. The 16th of January 2024. Quote number 4. Don't smoke kids gray _area 2025. Lego and brick building, the 10th of October 2025. Quote number 2. Murder him please. BK 2024, IBB and OBB, the 26th of June 2024.
Ew, yes, I saw you playing Ibanov. I wish I'd... Actually, did I? I saw someone playing Ibanov recently. Right, bag 13. Which means we have to go into the box. Will it be on the top? Will it fuck? No, that's bag 18. There aren't that many bags left now, so 17. I think we're going backwards. So let's just grab them all. And we'll put them back in reverse order. That's bag 13. So 18. That's 17. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. And now the sound. That's it. I saw it in a clip. Yeah, we never finished that. Backkiller's life got busy. She was in Beat Saber tonight. Today was very pleasing, but I think it's an indication of how busy she is that she was like, here's some song requests. Now I have to go. She couldn't really chat. I think she was probably in her lunchroom at work. It's lovely to see her. Or at least to have her around. So we're building more roof. Huzzah! I love building roofs, as you can tell. Right. Let's check you out. Let's just skip that one. Yeah, so the playlist seems to have messed around a little. So there is another way doing this, which is to go to this official one. The search used to do just fine though. So we've done the Lego sound. We are
Quote
building...
number 5. I love building roofs. As you can tell, Grey_Area 2025, Lego and brick building, the 10th of October 2025.
Thank you, Cuffy. Is it roofs with a V? I'm not complaining. I'm just curious. Okay. Where the fuck does that go? It's on... So did you write it as I pronounced it, or... Roofs doesn't feel right. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay. I need to figure out what this... Okay, there's a hint. So it's round the back here, and it's... So we have the back facing forward. Okay. I'm going to have to get the orientation right. I'm just keeping an eye on the time here. So it looks like we take this and then here, and this is the piece we need. The focus on this is not the greatest, is it? I wonder if I can just quickly do something about that. No, that's how it should be. Yeah, they're all as roofs. I'm happy with that. So we get one of these bits. It's a bit of a banger, this one. It reminds me of that Bennett track that we went mad about in Beat Saber for a while, which is a remix of, I think it's a song that basically every French kid has to learn in school. So this is a 6-piece. So the other one's an 8-piece. So it must be, that's a 10. That's an 8 stud. We need 2. There's a lot in this bag. It's quite jingly. Let's just get that plate out of the way for a moment because it is in the way. That's another 6. No, it's 2 of the 6s. That's simpler. Okay. Well, it was simple until I buried the 6-piece under a bunch of other pieces. There we go. And 3 of these. 1. So what happens when I finish up here? We're going to raid out somewhere. I'll find out who when it's time. Oh, there's.
That's you.
You go in first. You're the one with the
Oh, I
most gear.
forgot you did VR streaming as well. It's been a while. I might be playing some.
Thanks for the follow.
Well, that looked like it was going well. Right. Shall we build some shit? Okay. It's a little bit of spotting the changes here. So spot the difference between what we've got here. So this definitely goes in here. Is there a shorter one? No, it sticks out a bit. It needs to be there. Okay. Right. One of these. That goes facing out that way. These go facing out here. Okay, we're on it. So you can't see that bit. This is not helpful. That went there. And that went there. And I've realised that something is wrong. This piece here should not be here. Let's take that off. It's been wrong for quite some time. Oh. Oh, how bad is that? That's built in pretty solid. Let's pull out a little and see where we get to. Yeah, that is a problem. We're going to have to lift this section. Excuse me a second. Yeah, that's okay. Oh dear. So this point, this bit here, should be pointing out that way. And it is built under all of this lot. Oh dear. It's not too bad. Can we just ease it? Oh dear. Right. That's built into the wall. Okay. Eesh. I do not like this at all. Fucking saved. Oof. That was fucking hairy, I tell you. Where have all the bits gone though? So the shorts. That bit goes in there. That all locks in. Thank you for the applause. All the bits are here. So getting back so you can see how things are going. Right. That one goes there. That explains something I was kind of like, it doesn't work. I just hadn't spotted I'd done it wrong. Nice. Okay. Did the job. The instruction manual is way behind. So we've done that bit there. Do feel free to shout if you think the instructions are behind, but it's not the end of the world. They're not. They're kind of a space filler. There's a lot of exciting shit in here, I tell you. This is where we get the infamous lighted block, which that's got another piece stuck inside it. So we need these two black bits there. Ignore that panel, that's not in use yet. There's some of these grey. I quite like them, although they are. The way they're used in this set is interesting and has caused me some problems. So we need 3 of these and 3 of these, and 1 times grey smoothie. Up top but under the boot. I have to confess, I can't place that myself, but I only really know the areas around Glasgow, Stirling, Edinburgh. But, you know, where my grandparents lived, Castle Campbell was not a long distance away. You could walk there in not too long. You could bike up there in an hour, which was pretty cool. Come on, where are you? Yeah. 3. It is 3. Come on, you're in here somewhere. Or you're on the floor. Or I pulled you out earlier without looking and you're somewhere else. Not thinking about it. That looks very interesting. That appears to be our lighted brick. This is going to be interesting. Ooh, hang on. Looking forward to getting to that.
The roof was steep,
Thank you.
the task was scary. Great thought to build. It was fucking hairy. He tore it down with patient mind and built a new house snug and tight.
Nice. That was kind of inspired. A short one. Or at least I haven't found it yet, which is not the same as it being lost. You guys are busy with the viewer attacks today. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we're all good. Alright. Oh, and more froggies. The grey flodge returned. I did spot one earlier. And I should have said to myself, there's a froggy, we're going to need it in a bit. I will... Is it just one or two? Two. So, these here are frogs. And they have a surprising number of uses in LEGO. Sometimes they are just frogs, and sometimes they are cherry blossom, and sometimes they are decorations of buildings. Right. So let's just build. I think these are. So we've got. This is a right angle in the drawing, so this is actually going to go down here and then back up here. So I think you use the large ones, and they are facing outwards. Yeah. So 1, 2. And it's long, short, long, I think. In the opposite direction, because when it's at a right angle, they should match up. So long, short, long. Now on this side, we've got something else going on. We have one of these facing outwards here. I'm having to build this sort of in the reverse the instructions just so it's all on camera. So that goes there, and our froggies. Oh, where our camera's a little out of focus again. Let's see if we can improve that a bit. There we go. Careful now, froggy. Alright, I know where it is. These go on pretty strong, so they've actually got a bit of spring in them. When I do the photos afterwards, I will have to try and capture the froggies and all the grandeur again. It is tricky to get them focused. Again, I don't have a macro lens. But let's take this little dude here and see if we can get him in focus. It is actually a little froggy. Alright, now we've got these two black pieces and they need to go. Is that actually hovering in space? I'm gonna. Alright, okay, let's do this. Because we're working on this bit now. So, both of them. Yeah, no, that makes sense. They're just, it's quite hard to get my head around the perspective there. Right. we're now doing a build of things using that panel, and it's not going directly onto here, so we can tuck you out of the way. Viewer attack's fun, isn't it? I do like a good viewer attack. Right, so we need this big panel. We need not the smaller panel. We need one of these long ones, one of these shorter ones, this brown panel, 3 of these brown blocks, and yeah, we will need to be thinking about wrapping up soon. Tiny Foggy. It's all right, mate. It goes to charity anyway. When you sub money, basically I pay out to medical aid for Palestine at the moment, pretty much. I mean, previous sub money has gone into that. That looks too long. Are there shorter ones, or are there 2 of these? No, there are shorter ones. So I've got a $37.50 a month regular payment that goes to medical aid for Palestine. And yeah, if you're in the Discord, I saw you were earlier. If you go and have a look at the charity channel, that will tell you where the money's going out to. I might have to do a bit of an earlier update because there's been a big influx of subs, which I didn't expect ever. And yeah, I need to make sure that the balance is right. 1609 is funnier. I see what you mean, yeah. No, that's a perfectly good reason to give money to charity, to be honest, but there'll be other opportunities. Maybe it'll still be like that in when you next have a bit of cash. Then you can do both. But thank you for the gift sub. I really appreciate it. It was very kind of you. Right, so we built this like that, and now this really long piece goes on here. No, it does not. It goes on the bottom here. Right. Okay, and then we use this to lock. That covers it all rather nicely. So yeah, we've got this kind of arrangement. Then we get our panel. That's not the panel. It's this panel.
Steel Fake just donated £9 to
Thank you, Steel. It's a perfectly good reason to donate to charity. So, I don't quite get this. Maybe, oh no, hang on. Maybe it does. Yeah, it is the huge panel. So the huge panel, it's got to cover this whole thing, and that's what's holding the whole arrangement together. So we've got a massive old panel here. We flip that over. And now we build like so. This is kind of interesting. I wonder if this is the best way around to do it. I think it might be. So no, that's so maybe like that. That feels kind of correct. So 1.5 would be there. There. I'm not confident about this, I've got to say. I don't think that can go any further back. Yeah, there should be one line, and those are halves. Yeah, no, that seems to be correct. And then this is all black on black, so quite hard to see. So there and there. No. Is that meant to be going halfway across there? Yes. Okay. And that's flush with that. Okay, that's good. I'll put that in the back in the box there. Okay. So we mount this straight onto there. Going to find what an old project manager of mine would have termed a natural stop point. So this is getting mounted here, so I think that this is probably the best way. But that doesn't work at all.
The Cupcake Queen just donated £10.69 to Mermaids.
Oh, very good. 1,619.69. Nice. This is weird. Have I got the wrong piece? It's entirely possible I've got the wrong piece there. I think I got the wrong piece. No, that is very definitely one of these. And it very definitely pokes out like that. And then we've got this. And then when it says mount this roof on the side, it's got a little... But that doesn't fit. Does it? No. Oh, hang on. No. That was my phone telling me to go to bed. I mean, that works. But that... This might have to be a puzzle for another day. I'm not sure I've got the time to figure it out. I think there might be two things wrong here. No, it is. It's actually telling me pull that out and push. Ah, it goes that way. So this sits out. Here's what's happening. This piece is meant to sit slightly proud, so that you can put the roof in, and then you lock it in once the roof is in place. So like so, but the roof is. Fucked up again. Right, I may have to just do this obscured from the camera so I can see what the fuck I'm doing. Let's pull this bastard off. Okay. Right, let's see if we can show what's going on. So first of all, this goes inside and lines up with that as best we can do it, and then we push that through. Great. And then we line this up with the grab hands at the top, like so, and gently but firmly push into place, and that is locked and quite steady. We fucking rock. All right, there is a super exciting. Sorry, the plans for that are just there, and that's what confused me, is that that's meant to stick out. it does go in the way I thought it did, but you need to push it through to provide a lock. Something like that, yeah. So I thought I was sliding it in this way, and I wasn't. You place the roof in on top, line up the receiving hole and the shaft, and then you press.
Quote number
that.
6. I may just have to do this obscured from the camera so I can see what the fuck I'm doing. Grey
Okay.
_ area, Lego and
Turns
brick
out
building.
turning the quote
The
back
10th
system.
of October 2025.
I think I turned off the playback. Now here's the question. It is 22:48. I really, really want to do this bit because it has lots of really nice coloured things, and I reckon I can get it done in about 15 minutes. So we're going to do that because it will take some nice pictures once we're done. So let's do this, and then we'll call a stop to it, because otherwise I'll be sitting there going, "I wish I'd that bit." There are loads of other shiny bits. There are glowing pieces. There are pieces with an LED light in them. In this thing, so we're going to build this, place it, and then call it a night. Because my phone has gone. Yeah, if you want to get up at the time you want to get up, you should probably be going to bed now. Ooh, thank you for the RGB lights. They are free, and I like people to use them, which is why they are commands rather than redeems. So let's get on this. We're gonna do this pretty quickly. So. We have here what looks like the right size piece. Step 323 is simply find that piece. Done. Fucking hard, eh, Steel? I'm going to build pretty straight out of the box here. Yeah, I was just thinking. Here we go. Can't have you. There you go. There's one. There's two. Alright, let's get this fucker built. Let's build it from the outside in, because it's hard to fuck up that way. I do hope I've got this right. Looks like I probably have, yeah. 1, 2. This is where it's getting exciting. So different forbidden sweetie blocks. 2 orange, 4 blue. I think it's probably a case of, if it's not too much bother, you make both, and then we decide where they go. I might have enough slots, but if I don't, somebody will, and they need to be out there. So exciting coloured, forbidden. Forbidden sweeties. This is going to look wonderful. I can see me in a bored moment, if this remains accessible later on, just taking this apart and reconfiguring it, the stained glass into different things. So one of these. I'm going to say, Cluffy, and this is definitely not your fault. I was unaware you were waiting on a decision from me. I could have probably guessed that I should have followed up. I was thinking of writing you a message say like today, like asking how you're getting on with them or something, but yeah. It was fairly full. Pretty successful at work, to be honest. I've got a lot of things done. I had a very tricky meeting, which, despite some challenges, actually went pretty well, I think. And hopefully we'll put us all on a good foot for the project ahead. But I felt I had to use my serious face more than I liked. Well, now we're kind of we're aligned. So whenever you feel you have space for them, that will be cool. But the cursed one certainly has some tremendously evil potential, and I feel if I had to pick one, it's going to have to be that one. They might both get a bit of an outing, and I'll settle on one in time. Or it's entirely possible, like if you've got spaces, you could use one. And it's not like I'm going to let my sub expire for any time, I guess. So we need 4 of these. They're getting harder to find now. 3. Yeah. Well, you do have an excellent selection of emotes already. You do excellent emotes. I have been wherever it has been seen, the bopping slot has been very much admired. Oh god damn it. I thought I'd be able to blast through this, but I hadn't really thought about contending with trying to find a single one-dot translucent piece in amongst all this now. Right, we need these, so let's split the other bits out, because they will not be helping. So 3 of these, we need 4 there, 2 orange. I've not seen them either. There's one. Because they're translucent and they are hard to see. Not tremendously difficult, just not obvious enough that this may no longer... Well, my eyesight's never been perfect, but it's even more imperfect these days than it was. And because I like dim lighting when doing this. I'm rather shooting myself in the foot here, aren't I? We can use the... No, that's not going to help at all. Thank you for the 100 bits and the caramel dancing. Very much enjoyed. The last blue one is going to be hidden inside something else. Thank you for that reminder much earlier in the build, Coffee. But, finding it might be a complete pain in the arse. Right, let's put all of these on. where we can, so they don't get lost. So those two go there. Ah, right. We're not too bad on time. Four hours, yippee. Yeah, 3 to 4 hour streams seems to be the right kind of length for sitting down streams. Let's just check. Right, where are you shitbag PC? It's like there's something stuck inside here. This might be a little bit of a nightmare. But we're gonna have to try. We've got to find it, finish it, or give up, because if I don't, I should remember to extend my legs more.
Have you checked your Bible?
Thank you for the 100 bits, Cuppy. You are a terrible human being. I'm quite sad. I'm not sure I'm going to find this bit. This could be the reason why you've got no coastings. There's every chance that this is just pinged out in the process of, or it is still in the bag. Hey Drippy, thanks for the lurk. Still in the bag. That's the first one of those. Normally I'm doing this just to check that all the pieces are there and to get the air out of it and making suspect shh noises. But there we go. Brainwave. We will finish this. Get in there. There we go. This is very pretty, isn't it? Okay. Now, exciting grey piece. Do we have... Yeah, we have an orientation. This goes round this way. We get 2 1 blocks either side, like so. I know that, you know, counting pieces out is very much part of the shtick, but when I'm task focused and wishing to complete things, I think what just happened there? Why did the polite applause? Oh, it did work. Thank you. My daughter mentioned that the other day. Yes, I mean, it's not hard. You shave yourself bald. Put some white face on, and some eyeshadow. Any kind of eyeshadow. This is actually, I think it's quite hard to see here, but this is. Let's see if we can get. This is actually red and pink eyeshadow, and some eyeliner, it was an eyeliner in this case, eye pen, and yeah, I mean that's basically Uncle Fester's look. It's just heavy eyeshadow around the eyes, bald, and yeah, I've got similar sort of. Mine aren't as jowly as Uncle Fester in the movie, but they're getting there. They'll probably end up there. Well, they probably end up there. Even if I improve my diet and, I don't know, do jaw exercise or something, it's just a thing that happens. Like these mad eyebrows I've got, every so often I trim them down a little bit. Just for a bit of a change, really. And sometimes because they're literally getting in the way. They will grow long enough to get over my eyeballs. You don't know till you try. Anyway, Uncle Fester is one of the coolest characters in the Addams Family. So, I mean, they're all cool, but we're getting ahead of ourselves here. So I don't mind comparison. I mean, if I could be anyone, I'd be Gomez, but then who wouldn't? Original Gomez or Roll Julia Gomez. Roll Julia for preference, but well, there's original Gomez as in the TV series Original Gomez, and then there's original Gomez, which is the big dude who appears in Wednesday that shocked everyone so much when he is very much based on the original comic book character. It was not meant to be svelte. Or at least he wasn't in the comics. So that is done. We have done that bit, and it goes above the pumpkin garden here. So I think without much more ceremony, we're just going to at some point we missed 2 grey dots. Yeah, we did, and they will be in here, and then we're done. Thing is, I used to read, or at least see, the Addams Family, the original Addams Family comics in this lady when we lived in London. I was very young. She was kind of a combination babysitter, house cleaner. She kind of did a bit of everything for my parents. She was very fond of us, and they were one of the few people we knew who had like cable television. But she was very into like her, not Americana, but like modern American stuff you could get in London fairly simply, but elsewhere was like expensive import. So she would have cuttings from newspapers, like comic cuttings. She'd make them into scrapbooks for us to read, and the Addams Family was in that. They also had like Scottish ones and so on. I think she was just quite into comics, but they also had cable TV, so they would tape stuff you didn't get on terrestrial for us. This wants to go in just about. There we go. I'll put that over there. Actually, don't put that over there. We put all this stuff in here and get the lid, because God forbid this lot gets spilled. Where did I put the lid this time? I think the cleaners have tidied it, because of course they would. They're good at their jobs. Right. find the lid once I've closed down stuff. And here we go. So this is the bit we've just done. I keep this fairly low because but we can put some power into it. That's quite nice. We built this section here. We've built we put this roof on with our little dangly skeleton, which neither of the cameras can actually catch because it's just completely off. So, hang on. There we go. This section here, the dangly skeleton, the altar, dingle dangle. This bastard roof. This bastard roof here also broke. So this completely broke, and we had to pull it out, put it back in. We needed to turn some of this stuff around to get it correctly orientated. I've got this sinking feeling. No, actually those match up. So they're symmetrical. They're symmetrical. So we're probably not going to have to alter those very much anymore. So roofist. Yeah. Okay. We've had explained why two of the minifigs are identical, which must have been a nice cost-cutting exercise. Twin butlers. Well pleased. It's taking shape. So there is a... We're on bag 13 now, aren't we?
Quote number 5. I love building roofs. As you can tell, Grey_area 2025, Lego and brick building, the 10th of October 2025.
Lovely. That quote system is not going to be abused at all. I can see no problem with this. Right. It's time for us to wind up. Thank you so much for being here. Cheers. I've gone on much longer than I should have. And hopefully I won't have to pay the consequences tomorrow. Right. Who are we gonna raid? I have someone in mind. I'm just wondering if they're still going to be on. Their first day back from being away for quite a while. But they may be down in No, it looks like they had a shortish one, which is entirely understandable. Unless they got raided or something. I guess the obvious thing to do is just to go and check the stream. Yeah. They're offline. Okay. So, cursive is well, since they were here earlier and they've not been on for some time, let's go see how Ooh Waffly 1, 2, 3 is doing. Shouldn't be so hard to type. There we go. No, not Ooh Raid. Okay. Time to get my head down. Right, we're raiding Ooh, Waffly123, who was here for much of history.
You go in first. You're the one with less gear.
And yeah, be cool when you get there. I think it's exactly the same clip.
Thanks for the follow.
That went well. Take care, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'll see you all soon. Good night.
you.